participating in council chambers and joining remotely. We'll begin with the land acknowledgements. I want to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas, more specifically the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, signatories of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous peoples. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action and acknowledging the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation and as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community. Before we start today, I want to acknowledge an extremely unfortunate event that happened this Saturday at our library. I wanted to read the statement that we put out and make some comments. We're all aware of the horrific attack that happened at our Ajax Major Branch. On behalf of Ajax Council and the Ajax Library Board, we are horrified by the act of violence that occurred at the Ajax Library main branch on Saturday, which appears to be motivated by Islamophobia. The library strives to be a safe and welcoming space for everyone, and acts of hate and violence will not be tolerated in any town facility or public space. To the victim of this terrible act and anyone triggered, hurt, or disheartened by this attack, especially as it occurred during Ramadan, a month of peace and spiritual connection, we are here to support you and stand up against all forms of hate and intolerance. If you do need any help, please reach out to our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion team at diversity@ajax.ca. Further, I understand that a local Muslim organization is holding I'm not sure what it is going to be, making an announcement and having a small vigil in front of Town Hall at, I believe, 2:00, at which point we will pause council wherever we are in the agenda, and council who are present can attend, and then we'll reconvene afterwards. Does any member of council have any declaration of pecuniary interest on any items on the agenda today? Please key your mics if you do. Seeing none, I'm just going to move on to my agenda. We have adoption of the minutes. And I'm just going to go around Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3 again. And if anybody objects, please let me know. So moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Tyler Moran, that the following minutes of previous council meetings be adopted. The regular meeting of February 18th, 2025, the special meeting of February 24th, 2025, and the closed meeting of February 24th, 2025. Any questions or comments, errors, and omissions on the minutes? Not seeing anyone in the speaker's box, please open the vote. And that carries. Moving on to question period. Does any member of the public have any questions arising out of items on the agenda today? And since I can't see you, to the clerk, can you key your mic and let me know?
To you, Mr. Mayor, no members of the public have approached the dais.
Is there anybody online?
No members online.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to delegations, presentations, of public meetings. We have item 5.1, delegation questions from the March 17th, 2025 General Government Committee meeting, agenda 7.2, Douglas Glass, Ajax resident. If Mr. Glass is available, please come forward and you'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. I'm here to speak to some of the issues from the March 17th meeting. Before I do, I'd just like to thank everyone for voting for question period to keep it and for adding council voting records to all meeting minutes going forward. I think this is fantastic and a great level of transparency. At the general government meeting last week, there were 3 topics that I don't think went into enough detail. I'm only going to focus on the last 2 in the interest of time. I do so just because I think it's important for residents to understand what is happening and for council to provide broader context before making any decisions. So moving along, I'm going to skip the report on non-cash. Maybe I could get some answers from the finance group outside of this meeting and go right into the tax section status report. I did speak to finance just before this meeting, and they showed some numbers that were off on my part, namely the penalties and interest in 2019. I will speak to that in a second. So for those not familiar, I guess everyone here is, but the tax section status report basically shows all of the property tax amounts from business residents that are in arrears. And I did a 5-year check now. Again, I'm using apples to oranges because the 2019 is the government FER report. Those are the official report numbers. And the 2024 were part of the tax section report, which is not finalized yet, as was pointed out. But what this shows here, again, is that in 2019, there was 9.1 million, roughly, outstanding property taxes owed to the town that residents were unable to pay in the year that they were levied. In 2024, the tax section report, which isn't official yet, is 21.4 million. That's a 133% increase. Similarly, and as was just the penalties and interest, so this is for residents or businesses that are unable to pay their taxes on time. The amount shown there is 658 was incorrect. It's 1.8 million. I apologize for that. But in 2024, the estimates right now, they're not finalized, are 3.9 million. So that's a 107% increase, not a 495% increase. My questions, and maybe they can be addressed at the end, really revolve around cash flow for the town. When 21.4 million is outstanding in property taxes, that must play havoc with our ability to meet our needs, not to mention the impact that clearly higher taxes have had on residents being unable to pay these, not only in the form of the higher balance, but also in the increased penalties and interests we are seeing. The second issue that I wanted to speak to was the acceleration of Roslyn Road, which is going to be discussed later in the meeting today and at the GG meeting, and I see we have another delegate speaking on this as well. There was a lot of conversations at that meeting about managing traffic problems, creating communication plans, and so on, all of which are going to be very, very important, but very little in terms of cost, funding, and timing. And the Roslyn Road widening project is one that I've followed quite closely since it was first budgeted in 2021 because it's in my backyard. Since 2021, the problem of congestion and impact on residents and businesses has only gotten worse and will get even worse with all the new planned development along Roslyn. Costs have changed dramatically over time, 27 million in 2022, 40 million in 2024, 44 million in the 2025 capital budget, and now a 37 million, a big reduction to the recent proposal. Project start times have also been equally inconsistent with different phases, different start times, different end times. Plus, at this morning's asset management presentation earlier this morning, we learned that Ajax roads have a significant funding gap, and town staff are proposing to reduce the trigger point when roads get serviced going forward. The community wants this project to help improve traffic going forward, but not at the cost of continued 6% tax increases or new levies in the distant future. Spending choices need to be made, and you have very difficult decisions ahead. With that said, I just want to raise one key issue from the general government report. That new proposed project approach, it now is saying do it in one phase. You can see that on the top right box, with construction happening in 2026 and 2027. The total project cost was reduced from the 2025 capital budget by 17%, which is commendable, to $37 million, and it'll be funded entirely in 2026. I'm not sure how that's going to happen. By one of two ways. A, $8 million in town funding, right? And $29 million in DCs, or B, $37 million in debentures. This is new debt. So my question is,
Mr. Glass,
yes,
you've exceeded your 5 minutes. You're heading on to 6 now. You'll have to wrap up, please.
may I have an extension, please?
You can have an extension if somebody wants to move it and second it.
Chair, I'll move an extension for 2 minutes.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Bauer? Okay, please open the vote. Thank you, Mr. Glass. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Great. Can that thing come down? Sorry, I can't see that. Great. So in the GG memo of last week, it said that the town only has 22 million in uncommitted DC funding available, but in option A for the 37 million, it's saying it's going to use 29 million in DC funding. So I'm not sure how you're going to come up with 29 million when there's only 22 million available. And also in funding A, it speaks about 8 million in town funding. Can someone please at the end explain to me what is town funding? Is that property taxes, new property taxes? So I didn't speak to the first issue of the 3 issues, so forget about answering question 1 and 2. They could be taken offline. But if I could get answers to questions 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, I think that would be great. Thank you for your extended time.
Sorry, she is present, but I just have a question about your presentation and one of the items that you talked about with the asset management and the shortfall and about having to make decisions. So given those, so you have the same information we have. We know what the shortfall is. We know as the province mandated us what the situation is with regards to our assets, what state of repair or disrepair they're in. We're going to have to make some tough choices and prioritize. I suspect that whatever those choices are, you may not agree with them. What would you have us do? You know how much the difference in shortfall is to maintain the level of service and maintain our assets where they are. The other option, if we don't do those, they will fall into disrepair. How would you suggest we deal with that?
Well, I thought I was asking questions 3 through 7, and now you're asking a question of me. Could you answer my questions?
You made a delegation, and now this is the opportunity for council to ask you questions on your delegation.
So you don't want to answer my questions?
I'm going to have your questions answered. I'm just asking you a question.
Chair, can we move on, please?
Is the delegation not going to answer my question?
What was your question again?
My question is, based on your delegation, the delegation saying about the asset management plan and the shortfall, and you don't want to see us be making decisions that are going to have a tax impact, which they obviously will. So I'm asking you what you would suggest we do in this situation.
Yeah.
If we don't make these decisions, our assets may fall into disrepair and eventually cost us more money going forward.
Well, one, I didn't speak to the asset management report today. I mentioned the shortfall in my presentation. That's all. I didn't sit here and say this is what we should be doing or anything. I didn't speak to it at all, but you're now asking me to speak on the asset management report. I asked the clerk if I could come to that meeting and speak on that as a delegate or during question period, and I was told no. So I'm here asking questions with respect to the general government items from last week. I'm not here asking questions about the asset management. So I don't know why you're trying to put me in a position to speak to an asset management report that I couldn't speak to publicly.
I'm not asking. What I'm asking a question is, based on your delegation, you referred to the shortfall. And
I just quoted what you was said this morning. That's all.
okay. And all right, let's move on. We have a number of questions. To the treasurer, could you please speak to first the property tax arrears that Mr. Glass referred to? I think you had 453% and the actual was 100 and something percent based on your numbers.
I corrected that.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, yes. So some of the information, I did speak to Mr. Glass before the meeting. He did update some of his figures. So from the financial information return, the FIR, the information from 2019, the penalties and interest has been updated, and the presentation that's posted will be updated as well. It's 1.88 million. So the difference, the change year over year is 107% versus the 495%. So the FIR information, that was before COVID, that was with our tax rates significantly below where we are. We do have, there are increased taxes outstanding, and that's just as a result of the higher taxes that residents are paying right now. Would you like me to answer the questions on the number 3 as per the tax arrears impacting town's cash flow?
Yes, that was my next one.
Yeah, so at this point, we do have sufficient balance in our bank accounts to cover this. We are actively working on collections, which was paused for through the years of 2020 to 2022. So we are doing a catch-up right now. We are actually moving forward and being very successful on the collections of the outstanding balances.
Okay. I believe Mr. Glass also asked about the asset management shortfall. No, the Roslyn Road DCs, and how will this work?
So as far as the, unfortunately, I wasn't here at the meeting, but as I understand, council is discussing moving the capital project from phasing into one project. The funding itself will actually, even with the 22 million we currently have, we will have other collections coming forward. And by the time all of the project will be completed, there's no doubt that there will be other collections of DCs that will be collecting that will be able to cover this.
Okay. To the rest of Mr. Glass's questions, and I don't have them in front of me, 327, I believe he mentioned.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier. So question 6 refers to, again, Roslyn Whiting and the town funding portion. So the town funding portion would just be from the town reserves. So that's that question. And your question on slowing down capital spending with diminished DC revenue, we would look to see, as I said, as development continues, we will be receiving more DCs, which will be put towards these projects.
Okay. Mr. Glass, have we got all your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member of council have any questions on the delegation? Okay, seeing, oh, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you for your report and your thoughtful questions. You know, it's always interesting watching you online, and your comments are, I believe they're thoughtfully put together, and you are keeping us accountable for decisions that are made, and there's nothing wrong with that. So thank you for taking the time. You do put a lot of time into your presentations. So thank you for coming out again today.
Any questions from members of council? Okay, hearing seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Glass.
Thank you.
On to our next delegation, 5.2 Roslyn Road widening in Longos Plaza. We have Marwan Zara, Development Manager, Belmont Equity Partners.
Everyone. I'm Marwan Zara, Development Manager with Belmont Equity Partners, owners of the Longos Plaza, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on the letter that was submitted.
Okay, members of council, at this time, I'm going to ask that somebody move that we waive the rules of procedure, please, to move item 9.1, which is the motion regarding the widening, to bring it forward in the agenda. Councillor Henry, 1 second, let me pull you up here.
Yes, I will make that
Councillor
motion.
Henry, are you moving that?
I
And
am.
Councillor Crawford seconding. Okay, thank you. This requires 2/3. Please open the vote.
To you, Mr. Mayor, it does not require 2/3. You can just rearrange the agenda. So we can move on to item 9.1.
I forgot we changed the policy procedure. Okay, so we can just move this forward. Very good. I'm going to bring forward item 9.1 to be dealt with at the same time. Questions?
Chair, do we still need the delegate here for this? He's still waiting for questions.
Well, he may have some questions to the motion. I'm not sure. Sure, he can wait there for a minute. So I wanted to bring this forward and bring this motion forward because council may not be aware, but after the last meeting, we had a meeting with all of a lot of the people at Belmont and went over this, and what came about was their managing partner, I believe he is, offered to fully fund a traffic study in this entire area based on all of the new developments that we have approved, like the 2 across the road from this particular site, as well as others that are proposed in the area, which planning staff and myself agreed to. So earlier today, we sent out an amended motion, which I believe the clerk can put on the screen, adding just a reference to this traffic study. This will move ahead at the Belmont owner's cost, and we will use this traffic study to help guide moving forward. The EA has already been done. I have asked both Ms. McClarty and Mr. Romanowski their thoughts on this before having it put in the whereas clause. So I'll just read it. Whereas the owners of the Longos Plaza will be funding a traffic study of the area road network to be completed by Lee Consulting, taking into consideration future developments, and will be sharing the findings of the study with town staff for consideration. And I do want to point out consideration, and I want to be very upfront with the Belmont group as well, that we're not going to tie the hands. We are going to do what is best for that road and for that section through Ajax, but we do want to work with them. But I'm not going to absolutely commit that we are going to do everything they ask us to do, disregarding the others. So we will take it under consideration. I will leave it there and open up for questions.
Yeah, Chair, you have to give us a second. Council right now still has the previous slide on our screens.
Okay. And then if the clerk can get this on. Oh, there we go. First in the speaker box, Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, Mr. Mayor. Just double checking. Very happy to see this come forth. I know that it encompasses some serious matters for Longos and the Longos Plaza. However, I just wanted to check, because it says, whereas the design of the widening and urbanization of Roslyn Road extending from Westney Road to Lake Ridge Road, which is great, is currently in progress to address these growing transportation demands. I think everybody agrees with that. I don't see anything like induced demand. I think that most of the cars that are in that area are local, so having it widened just has better access to go to our store, which is Longo's. But then it says, now therefore be resolved that the scope phase 1, including land acquisition, et cetera, plan to be expanded, including the sections from Harwood Avenue to Lake Ridge. So just understanding that I guess you're addressing Westney Road, but it seems like the first phase would be Harwood to Lake Ridge, and did I just answer my own question? But that's my question. It is going to be all one, or how does that work?
I think you did answer your own question, but I think Mr. Meredith can probably answer it as well.
Thank you.
Through the chair to
Or Mr. Fields.
Councillor Tyler Morin. Renel Fernando is here. He can probably answer that question better than I can.
Perfect.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, I think that the amendment that you proposed at last council meeting is not incorporated into the version that we're seeing. I think that that's what the issue is, and what Councillor Morin, Tyler Morin just identified. So can you just give us a minute?
Thank you.
Okay.
Bobby's on the ball today. That's what I'm talking about.
You got the community center and the rec center last report.
No one can ever say Rob's not paying attention. No. He's quiet and he moves stealthily.
Well, I wouldn't say stealthy.
He does.
I have a proclamation here. That's March 24th. It's Rob Tyler Morin Day. Wow. Do it again.
Rob's the way.
To you, Mr. Mayor, we're just getting the wording from February back up, but we will need a mover to create this amendment for today's notice of motion.
Okay.
So, just wait.
Don't talk.
Okay.
You're good right now. Do your drum.
Through the chair, Councillor Tyler Morin, you can speak and you can move it if you so wish. It's the original, it's the amendment we talked about that extends from Westney over to Lake Ridge.
So is this a typo then, where it says now therefore it be resolved?
It was the original motion, and then council spoke to this amendment, but it was just deferred, so we have to reintroduce it.
Right now?
Yes, someone has to reintroduce it once it comes up on the screen.
Okay.
Point of order, the councillor's time has expired. Go back in the speaker list.
So to you, Mr. Mayor, we'll just be looking for a mover for the amendment.
Okay, which is the amendment? I can't see it. I've got too many screens in front of me here. Oh. Okay. So Councillor Tyler Moran, are you going to move the amendment?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, can we get a seconder? Councillor Henry?
Sorry.
I hear the yes.
Yes,
Moved
it,
in second.
Councillor Henry's seconding, yes.
Okay, any questions or comments on the amendment?
Are you on the amendment?
I'm on the amendment, Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Chair. I guess the first time we approached this, the idea of a necessary light at Spitty was still not determined. Are we saying now that through this, we are determining there is a required light at Spitty Drive?
No, I believe all this is saying is that we've just proactively put in the underground for it if it's ever needed in the future.
Okay. And then the wording about how Belmont was going to pay for a traffic study, does that have to be amended as well to be in the main motion?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. It would just be considered a friendly amendment as long as the mover and seconder are okay with it, as the one who introduced it is the mover of the original notice of motion.
Thank you. So that's my only question on the amendment, and then I have a question on the main motion once it comes back to that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and just to the whereas change, yeah, it's not one of the active ones, but it is acknowledging the sort of agreement we've made with the landowner. Councillor Tyler Moore, did you have anything further on the amendment, or can I go to the next speaker?
Yep, I'm good. Just it says what I was asking for it to say now, which I appreciate.
Okay. Councillor Crawford?
Thank you. With the amendment and the potential light at Spitty, my understanding, and if I could direct this at the proponent, proponent, your letter, you basically are good with everything but the light, correct? That's the one thing that is a problem.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. And putting the groundwork in is just because you're digging up the ground anyway, and so why not put the work in?
That's the intent, and I believe the landowner's concern was the relocation of the entrance to the plaza, not actually having a signalization intersection at Spitty potentially.
But you want the light to stay where it is.
They want the light to stay where it is.
Yep, that's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further on the amendment? Okay, open the vote on the amendment, please.
We're just waiting on one.
Okay, that carries. And on the motion as amended, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I understand there is potential savings. I think the number right now is 6-7 million if we combine the projects versus if we do it individually. You know, I mean, that is not factoring in overage costs, and I believe, we could repurpose the groups to another stretch. I don't know, like, I keep going back to the way we've always kind of done these large scale projects. It's always been phased. It's phased to protect our overage, which generally always happens during construction. So we're not going to get this hefty overage fee. It'll be kind of mitigated over time and thing. I guess, what is the value? Sorry, just speaking to the mover, the the motion, what is the value of a traffic study? So that's very generous for Belmont to do that, but I don't know what that is. What does that cost?
I don't know. Would anyone from Belmont want to discuss?
Yeah, I can step in here. So we're looking at kind of in the magnitude of 50 grand for the study.
Okay. Belmont had previously come to us back when we were doing a municipal comprehensive review. You had wanted to build condos in that corner by the Shell station. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We'd like to, but we're not willing to jeopardize the plaza signalized access in exchange for residential building rights.
So I guess what you're saying, the plan is still, as far as Belmont's concerned, long-term, short-term, to build condos there. Is that correct?
That's the hope, because that's what the province needs to meet all the
of course.
housing targets. Yeah.
I guess I just want to make sure there is no sort of, for lack of a better phrase, quid pro quo that, you give us a traffic study, you agree with this, and we will expedite any sort of, was that part of the agreement Belmont entered with the town?
Sorry, can you please rephrase that?
The idea of building these condos that you want to build, right? Of course, you had mentioned that 6 years ago. If that's still your plan, is that part of you providing money for the traffic study?
No.
No, it's not.
Okay,
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure. So anyways, to councils, I still think we should do this phased. I think that is just a smarter way to utilize our money. I understand the today's dollars argument versus, 2-3 years dollars argument, but that's what we have finance and planning, and that they are able to lay this out for us. I'm truly concerned that, in 3-4 years, we will get a hefty overage bill that will be shocking to our residents and to the council at the time, and we should be cognizant of that, and we can help. We can just do our part now and let the next part happen as it was initially planned. So that's just my comments. I will not be supporting it. I understand the intent behind it, but I don't think I can support that. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Crawford, you are next.
Thank you. I kind of feel like it would be a phased-in project anyway, because there's no way you're going to tear up all of Roslyn Road at once and then repave it, correct? It has to be done in phases. Am I reading the room wrong, or because otherwise I'm out.
Still there this evening?
Because I do not want to live through that. So we're not going to start ripping stuff up from Westney to Lake Ridge, and well, it's one project now.
Through the chair to Councillor Crawford, that's correct. It'll be done in stages.
So yeah, so we're looking at the funding as a whole, but the project itself will be done through phasing.
That's correct.
Okay. Phew.
And I think we'll be reporting back.
Because again, we are looking at massive road construction over the next 5 years. Highway 2, Harwood, now Roslyn Road. So if it's not phased in, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep, don't touch. Yeah, there you go.
So we're gonna report back in the fall with a report outlining the stages on how we're gonna construct it.
Okay, excellent, good, thank you.
Okay.
To the proponent, the traffic study, we already know there's traffic. So what are you hoping, can you just help me understand what you're hoping to prove with the traffic study?
Yeah, absolutely. So the traffic study will review the operations of Roslyn Road between Harwood Avenue North and Salem Road. Considering the existing traffic in the area, the currently approved Roslyn Road widening improvement design, and the several developments that are contemplated in the area. Additionally, Harwood Avenue North congestion and the safety-related matters will be reviewed as well in this traffic study to review the left turn leaving the plaza and traffic related to school pickup at Fishlock Street in Harwood as well.
Fishlock Street in Harwood. Oh, okay, so we're going that far. It's not just on Roslyn.
That's right, yes.
You're doing the whole corner.
You got it. Yeah.
Right from Fishlock or further up?
So it'll be from Fishlock to Roslyn and Harwood, and then from Roslyn and Harwood all the way to Salem Road. So we'll be analyzing the current traffic issues, in the context of the approved Roslyn Road widening design, and also taking into consideration the future developments that are proposed in the area, and there are several of them.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Okay, Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Mayor Collier. So I'm glad to hear that this project, even if we phase it or price it all in one big price tag, it will be staged in. And I do agree, I do have concerns that Regional Councillor Lee mentioned about the overages, because these types of projects could create those, will create those. So if we are doing it in stages, is there opportunity at that point for at the end of each stage, we get sort of how much has been spent, how close are we on budget, what is the overage at that time for our own information, and I guess so we're not shocked at the very end?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer. So finance and the works department or the operations do get progress certificates. We don't typically come back reporting midterm on the status of a project. We could, but, you know, be it a percentage, we get progress certificates that we have to pay. And it will tell us, the consultant or the contracted admin does identify, here's your budget, here's what was spent to date, here's the percentage that's completed. But as I said, we typically wouldn't come back with that, but if the council is directing us to do that, that is something we could look at.
Okay, and I see Director McClarty.
Through the chair, we're as my colleague mentioned, we're intending to come back to council to provide an overview of the phases and how it's going to occur. Let's take that, your suggestion back and see if we can feed that into the process as well. But let us take that back and have a discussion with staff, and we'll have that reported back in the next report we bring to council.
Thank you, I would appreciate that, because if we're going to try this for the first time, then I do kind of consider it like a little pilot to see if we're saving $6 million, that's a really great outcome. But we have to see, you know, we can't use the same process perhaps that we do for phased-in projects as we do for this first attempt at doing the whole thing at once. So yes, please, if you could take that. And then my other concern, which I did mention at the previous meeting on this proposal, is I feel like we're trying to make a decision here based on the unknown projects, capital projects in the 2026 budget that could be cut. And maybe I could ask the mayor, do you have any inclination now? Because I think that would influence a decision if we know what we're going to have to delay.
Councillor Bauer, I think Ms. Valentin answered this when Mr. Glass was up speaking through his questions. There is going to be further DCs coming online. What it says in the report is there's a shortfall. I think the numbers are 22 and 27, or so, whatever that delta is today. But through the term of this project, there's going to be more things coming online, like the 2 buildings across the road that we just have approved, others paying in DCs. So over the time, my understanding from the treasurer was those DCs will be available. Ms. Valentin, please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see any projects needing to be bumped for this.
Through the chair to Mayor Councillor, Mayor Collier, we do anticipate other DC revenue to be collected, so that would be used for these projects.
Okay, so, because I think that second bullet on the amendment was about Mayor Collier coming back with 2026 budget numbers, something like that, I can't remember. So are you saying now
It was
that
asking me to include it in the 2026 budget.
Okay, so what you're telling me is based on that information, you're not planning to cut anything currently scheduled, like big ticket projects currently scheduled in 2026 in order to fund the Roslyn Road widening?
Correct. I have zero intention right now of removing any projects in order to fund this project. Now, that being said, I'm not saying when we're developing the 2026 budget, there aren't any capital projects that might be moved or reconsidered, but it will not be based on this, no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, I accept your answer. Okay, thank you very much, those were my questions.
Okay. On the motion as amended, any further comments?
Recorded vote, because we have to ask for that, right?
Okay, recorded vote asked for by Councillor Lee.
Yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor, confirming that we can hold a recorded vote and the additional information will be provided in the minutes.
Yep, please go ahead. And that carries. Just for clarification, Madam Clerk, didn't we make that change to the policy procedure? I think Councilor Bauer brought that forward, that all items will be shown as recorded votes going forward.
Yes, to you, Mr. Mayor. The draft procedure bylaw is on today's agenda for approval, and as long as that's approved, then following today's meeting, all decisions of council will be a recorded vote.
Okay, so Councillor Lee may have asked for the very last recorded vote. All right, moving on. That completes item 5.2 and item 9.1. Moving on to 5.3, presentation, business supports and engagement strategy. Cassandra Brownridge, Manager of Strategic Initiatives. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Council. I am here today to share with you all the business support and engagement strategy. This is about several months in the works and is a follow-up to the Economic Development Action Plan that was presented to Council in 2021. So today my presentation will include the following. So there's going to be a quick note about Ajax as part of the local economic development ecosystem, changes in the way that the town approaches economic development, some of the realities that we're operating with, our transition from economic development to the business supports and engagement team, as well as some highlights about the business supports and engagement strategy. So here you'll see a graph that shows the town at the center of a broader ecosystem that supports businesses and economic development in the region as a whole. So this obviously includes folks at the region, the Boards of Trade's Chamber of Commerce, Central County's tourism, local workforce authorities, labor market research organizations, networking groups, business advisory centers, accelerators, and the Banking Development Center for businesses. So this is just to demonstrate that the town plays a role in the ecosystem, and you'll notice as a thread through my presentation today, and the work that the team will undertake over the next several years will largely be about complementing the work that's happening by these other organizations and not trying to duplicate any efforts. So in 2021, as I mentioned, the town released the Economic Development Action Plan. And then in 2022 to 2023, we had, 2021 to 2025, the Economic Development Action Plan was released. And that was post-COVID and with the realities kind of uncertain around us. In 2022 to 2023, there was a shift after COVID in terms of our economic priorities. And in 2024, we created the Strategic Initiatives Division in the Department of Public and Strategic Affairs. Last year, a lot of work was done to wrap up the 2021 to 2025 Economic Development Action Plan. And so moving forward today, staff are recommending that we will be moving into some foundational work over the next 3 years to really set ourselves up for success of moving forward into a greater and longer term strategy. So some of our realities, these shouldn't be surprises to anybody here, but Ajax is a fixed urban boundary with limits of the existing available commercial and industrial land. We have a primary focus on mixed-use development moving forward. We're looking at ways to unlock the downtown's potential with the Hunt Street Extension project. We have multiple voices that represent the business community in Ajax, whether it's through the Board of Trade, through networking organizations like Connecting GTA, through a variety of different ways we hear from businesses, but the town does not have a single source of truth in terms of how the business community is feeling. We've also noted an increase in home-based businesses and entrepreneurship. So one of the ways that we have shifted from economic development to business supports and engagement is economic development traditionally in municipalities has been that smokestack chasing. So when you hear stories about places like Smiths Falls that have the Hershey factory, and that is the one large business that employs everybody, it's a major, draw of talent, it funds your property tax reserves by having one main employer in town. That was always the hallmark of a traditional economic development plan. However, over the years, and this is kind of from the late 80s into the 90s, you do see a shift towards more community building, community development work that economic developers do. And now moving into the future in a post-COVID reality in a world that is increasingly both fractured and interconnected, you really need to look at what happens within your municipality in terms of what makes you different, what's your value proposition, what is different. And traditionally and typically right now, that shift is about your current workforce. Who currently lives in your town, what do they do, and how can they be leveraged to build the economic prosperity of your community? So that brings us to the strategy moving forward. So we've developed the strategy with 3 guiding principles. So one, that it's practical, so it can be achieved in 3 years, and it leverages existing resources and existing partnerships. It's reflective of our growing, diverse, and talented community, and it's measurable. So there are quantifiable outcomes, deliverables that we can report back to council on. So the first goal that you'll see is about improving connections, which is really just grassroots, back to basics, building relationships and collecting data about the businesses that we currently have in town. The second goal is about building the potential. So this is how do we look at what current businesses we have and how do we build that capacity? How do we highlight our local talent pool and how do we integrate businesses with the work that's happening across the community as well? And our last goal is facilitating growth. So this is really a baseline effort to collect data for future growth and to establish priorities moving forward past that 2027 mark. And so I won't go through each one of these presentations, or each one of these goals, but you'll see in the coming weeks, staff will be launching a formal document. It'll be shared online. We'll do a launch event with council, and that will be the opportunity where you can see the tangible, quantifiable metrics that each of these items will be completed and measured their success against. So these are improving connections. You'll see here partnerships, you'll hear leveraging communications, business visitation, building on the creative concepts in our Ajax Business Network events. From there forward, you'll see the building potential, which is where you'll talk about the things that are already happening in our community and how we can enhance that. And you'll see in here that's engagement sessions with businesses, reinvesting our film permit revenue, and a business licensing program. There are also, things like leading the attraction of new event options for the fairgrounds, looking at talent to business pipelines, and looking for placemaking activations throughout the community, as well as doing some targeted work to integrate newcomers into our workforce and supporting underrepresented business owners. Lastly, around facilitating growth, this is around researching and updating all of what we have related to our key sectors. What are our tourism focuses? How are we, tracking our impact, local economic impact of things that other people are doing, but also what we as the town are doing as well. And there's a little bit again around the last 2 there I think are noteworthy, just around reviewing our policies, reviewing our processes to ensure that we don't have any undue red tape. And we talk a lot about mixed use development and the businesses that are needed to support complete communities. So when we talk about having small grocers, daycares, car shares, we know that those businesses are not just going to show up on our doorstep. We need to do some tangible work to connect them with ourselves. So a lot of the focus of the team will be on that in the coming weeks. So, or coming years, sorry, a little ambitious for a couple weeks. Measuring and reporting on success. So this will come with biannual updates to council. There's going to be a public dashboard of data points, and we're looking to comprehensively track our KPIs to establish the foundation for the future. So just a little quote there to give our workforce, businesses in town an edge to compete in the global economy, and that is the Ajax advantage. So I am happy to take any questions. I'm happy to connect with anybody offline, and I do apologize. I'm trying to talk as fast as possible because I do know that we need to step outside very shortly. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. First person in the speakers list, Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Chair. Do you want me to wait and hold my question until after we step outside, giving us time to be there for 2?
I've been texting back and forth with Ms. McClarty, and I understand we do have some time for questions, and she will let me know when we have to take a break.
Excellent. So I only have one question, and the question is, out of the 98% of goods and services purchased from Ontario, what percentage of those companies are importing from other countries, including the US? So the question is based around my knowledge from my own business sector. And we know that we have a lot of companies that claim to be Canadian companies or Ontario companies because their head offices or whatnot are based here in Canada or in Ontario. But in fact, the products that they are selling are imports. So I'm just wondering, have we looked at that deeply into it? And are we trying to make efforts to make sure that we are, when we're saying we're buying Ontario or Canadian, that we have some kind of, I know there's symbols that a lot of companies put on their products to say that it's actually made in this country.
So I do think that the presentation after me is going to speak specifically about the town's purchasing procurement processes related to the tariffs. But for the purposes of the economic development or the business supports and engagement strategy, a lot of the work that we're currently doing this past week and the last couple of weeks is connecting with the businesses to understand what their export markets look like and their import markets. So where do they get their products and where do they send their products? So that's a part of work that we're doing in terms of the broader definition of what Buy Canadian looks like. I will I would think that question, respectfully, through the chair, might make more sense for Ms. Trudell when she provides her next presentation, because she'll go into more detail about where we're at in terms of understanding where the products that we use are coming from and what that looks like. So after her presentation, that might be something we can, that will either be addressed through her presentation or is better suited to be answered by her.
And I have no trouble saving that question for then, but let me just continue on that for 1 minute. When we look at Buy Ontario, are we going to, like what you said, you're measuring some thresholds and markers. Will that be included in those measurements?
Through the chair, yes. So we are doing some preliminary research with businesses that we're connecting with right now around what their import-export market looks like. And that information will be shared with council.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm told that we have to call the recess now. So we will call recess and look back after the break, and Councillor Lee will take over as chair at that point. We are in recess. Thank you.
negotiations of a person's, group of persons, or organization, and also to advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Any questions? Seeing none, then we'll call the vote. Somebody has not voted. Wait. No, it's okay. Perfect, that passes. We will
We're back in open session.
Thank you. I think we have left off at item 5.4. Is that correct, clerk? Procurement update tariffs. Michelle Trudel, manager of procurement. Were you waiting there the whole time? I know.
Now I'm on? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm sure everyone's had a long day. Since this is my first time speaking, is everyone here? Are we good to go? Yeah? Okay. Since it's my first time speaking to council, my name's Michelle Trudel. I'm the manager of procurement. This is in response to the motion requesting an update from procurement on tariffs. So I'm pleased to provide you with an overview of the current landscape and our approach moving forward. Just quickly on the agenda today, we're going to review the applicable trade agreements, discuss tariff impacts, what we are doing to mitigate. We'll have a brief discussion on local preference before we'll wrap up with some recommendations. So to start, I wanted to get council an understanding of the trade landscape that we work under. So as a municipality, we have two key agreements that we have to follow. There's the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. That's the agreement between the provinces within Canada. And we have the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between the European Union and Canada, known as CETA. So the Canada Free Trade Agreement I'm going to refer to as we go as CIFTA, and the CETA agreement is the European Union agreement. So what does this mean? So we've put them into buckets here. On the left, you're going to see that below the CFTA, the Canada Free Trade Agreement, and the thresholds that are listed, we can effectively buy Ontario within the trade agreements. In the center, which is over or at or covered by the Canadian Free Trade Agreement, we're looking at effectively we can buy Canadian. And then once we get into the over CETA threshold, we have to follow a more comprehensive process. So this is where the procurements that we run will follow a more comprehensive, so a public and open tender process, because we can't cut out any European Union members. Interesting point is the United States, since this is the reason we're having the discussion, the United States is not part of any of these trade agreements that we have to follow. Okay. So what are the risks to Ajax? So the town of Ajax purchases limited goods and services from US suppliers. The tariffs are certainly going to drive up costs across the board. These tariffs are unprecedented, and not unlike the pandemic, we're going to really learn as we go. There will be impacts to the municipality. There's going to be supply chain issues, and ultimately that will add to budget pressures. On the positive side, looking back at 2024, our spend was predominantly Ontario-based business, as you can see here. That 2% was the purchase orders issued to suppliers with a US billing address. And I know this question is going to come up about defining Canadian. We'll get to that. But those purchases under that 2% were, just to share with council, those were the bulk of that was the automated speed camera. That's going to change year over year, but just to give you an understanding where that came from. It's important to note that there are going to be goods and services that we need from the US where there's not a reasonable alternative or not a cost-effective alternative at this point. With our supply chain so integrated, I'm sure you hear this on the news that, you know, it's things are going back and forth across the border, and a lot of the equipment that we would buy, you know, emergency fleet, repair parts for those vehicles, there may not be a reasonable all-Canadian version that exists right now. So also gets us into the challenge of defining what a Canadian business is. So this is a challenge that, and Councillor Henry, you brought that up, at the last, Cassandra's presentation. And this is a challenge. We've got, is it headquartered in Canada? Is it manufactured in Canada? Is it percent of content in Canada, number of employees in Canada? There are different definitions going around out there. The province has a different definition than the federal government. The Supreme Court has a different definition than what the provincial government is wanting to take forward under their Babia Act. And we're expecting to see new definitions or standards for what we can consider a Canadian business coming out of the provincial government legislation. The Competition Bureau, which is an independent law enforcement agency, does have the Consumer Packaging and Labeling Act that was created in 1980. So that was mainly about food labeling. So an interesting point is that the Packaging and Labeling Act doesn't require businesses to indicate place of origin, but if they do, it has to be correct, and that's the nuance. So what that rule's saying that is if it's made in Canada, then it's 51% plus made in Canada, where if it's a product of Canada, it's 98% plus. So where you see those labels on items, we should be able to trust that they're correct, but again, there's no mandate for goods or I guess services wouldn't be labeled, but there's no mandate for goods to be identified as made in Canada. So it's something that we're challenged with and certainly having discussions about. Regional approach. Procurement, municipalities are collaborating to share best practices, identify cost savings opportunities. The procurement managers from across Durham are meeting monthly. We used to meet quarterly. We bumped that up to monthly to make sure that we're staying on track and having a consistent approach when it comes to the tariff response. We've also recently formed a group with the fleet staff and procurement staff to meet on a regular basis to help navigate the tariffs as we feel that fleet's going to be an area that's impacted. This unified approach will be helpful to vendors, we believe, and help them be more competitive on projects. We're also keeping track of what other municipalities in Ontario are doing, procurement associations, and of course leaning on FCM and AMO as they're digging in with data and having conversations with the province and the federal government. They're expecting to see some information come forward on some of the things I'm talking about in the coming weeks. I guess legislature goes back in middle of April. So what are we doing right now? We're continuing to adhere to the trade agreements like CIFTA and CETA. We're buying Canadian where possible, so we're working with departments to find ways to prioritize Canadian goods, looking for alternative sources, looking to be, broaden our competition where we can if we've had a source list. For staff that are buying under that 10K threshold, we've given them some advice on making sure that they have a clear understanding. They know what their FOB point is with our P-card spend, know who's paying the tariff if there's a tariff applied, and just sort of highlighting that information so no one's surprised with those additional costs. And then we're also looking at our internal processes and looking at how we can get projects awarded faster, how we're structuring the extension years. We're getting some feedback right now on, vendors may not be comfortable holding their pricing for multiple year, and they're not comfortable even holding their pricing for a long period of time. So that means we're going to have to look at our award process to make sure that our internal approval process isn't holding back us getting vendors. So that's going to become more and more challenging. I'm whipping through because I'm seeing that clock run down, and I know you've been here. So I wanted to take a minute to talk about local preference. And I know you've had procurement people speak to you about it before, and they've come to you with legislation and rules and thou shall not do this. And what I'm going to try is a different tactic today to hopefully help you understand. So I'm going to use a case study and then some examples to kind of broaden your knowledge. So this was something that was discussed in February, and it's really similar to why the tariffs are such a challenge, is that our business and supply chains are so integrated. So if my print shop case study, and I put the caveat, it's hypothetical situation based on an actual vendor discussion. So I did work for another municipality before here, so I took my example and made it Ajax. So a print shop is a taxpayer. I want to be treated, I want to be given preference. I'm a taxpayer, I have my business here, I'm a home taxpayer here as well. And I want to get all the business from the municipality. And digging into the discussion with this vendor, we found, that they had a customer base that was across Durham Region. They had customers with multiple Durham Region municipalities, with the school boards, with GTA government agencies, and even had customers with orders giving to them out in Northumberland. And it ended up being that 80% of their actual business was outside of their home municipality. And if this was in Ajax, Ajax alone couldn't keep this business and support them as being profitable. And in this particular case, the vendor relied on business across Ontario, both public and private sector, in order to be successful. And local preference does not sustainably benefit local business. Often the successes or failure of a business, especially small business, depends on them having a diverse customer base. So to lead a little bit more into a few more examples, we heard some, at the last council, I believe, Mayor mentioned about the car dealers. So not one local dealer has picked up a tender this year for fleet. And we typically don't see the local dealers bid on municipal tenders, and the response we get from them is the profit margins are low. So what we're seeing is large automotive groups, fleet groups, and dealers that are from outlying areas that don't have access to all of the taxpayers that are buying their cars, the residential cars, the retail business side, and they want to sell their cars for the most money, and that's not to the town, if that makes sense. So we hope that changes. We want their bids. We reach out. We want them to bid, but it just, with the pandemic, we saw a lot of car dealers just say that the amount of work it took to do a fleet bid and the amount of profit they got just didn't align, and it wasn't worth it. So my next example is a e-commerce distribution center. When we look again back to that definition we were just discussing about Canadian business, this is a US business, but they're a large Canadian employer, they're a large taxpayer, and they're a supplier to the town. And we have to consider that when we're making our decisions about how we proceed with Canadian. And I'm all about it, I'm supporting, I'm just bringing a perspective when we're looking at the local preference. It's just not that simple. And even a very popular road construction company that we deal with and we see pick up bids, they have an office in Durham Region, in Whitby. They have a headquarters in Markham, but when you dig into their ownership, they're actually a subsidiary of a company in France. It's just so challenging for us to find out where a company is and how far we go down that path to define what Canadian is. So that was a little interlude off tariffs, but I think it aligns really nicely when we're talking about how integrated our supply chains are. I see them a little bit over here. Look at that, I skipped all my notes. Getting into the recommendations, we can certainly build some flexibility into the bylaw. I anticipate we're going to see changes coming, though, from the federal government and the provincial government. I would expect that CETA will be up for discussion once we have a new federal government in place. I recommend that, outside of the recommendations we have here on the screen, I recommend that we don't panic. We deal with issues as they come. We keep an open communication between staff and council. And as we learn more about what's going to happen, what the impacts of the tariffs are, and what the outcome of this trade war with the United States is going to be, we are just going to have to keep council informed and make decisions as they come across to us to make. So I did go too far over. With that, do we have any questions that I can answer for council?
Thank you for that detailed presentation. We have Councillor Henry.
Thank you for your presentation. So we don't see a lot of you.
Yeah.
I apologize, I don't recognize you. So I guess, you're asking something of us as a council. And I guess my rebuttal is, when will we see you again? And when if we say yes to what your recommendations for council are, when do we expect to see you again before this council with even a mini report? Would it be the end of this year to let us know, how this has gone?
Well, I think under recommendation 2 that, that we be directed by council to report back, I think that puts it back to council. When do you want to see us come back? And again, it is fluid. We can certainly come back. I don't know if you have any suggestions, Diane, but.
I'd like to see you back here before the end of this year, personally.
Oh, I would assume that, yes. Yeah.
So is that what staff is looking at? Anyone on that side of the table? I'm hearing no objections.
I'm happy to come back at any point. So really, it's if things change dramatically, I think we'll be back sooner. And otherwise, we can certainly commit to coming back before the end of the year.
That's all I needed from you.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. She's fine. We're good. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Thank you so much for coming today. Excellent presentation, very informative. So let's say there's the option to purchase something and you're looking, so is the process, you normally buy this widget for $10,000.
Yeah.
And it's sourced to America, let's say.
Yeah.
So you're now looking and saying, can we buy this widget somewhere from Canada?
Yeah.
Is there a matrix that, yes, we can find it in Canada, but it's X amount more expensive than the 10,000 American? What is the thought process for how you determine what to buy?
So decisions don't happen in, it's not just a procurement decision. There would be a discussion with the subject matter expert with the department. I can use a couple of examples that recently have happened. So there was a piece of mowing equipment that had a motor issue outside of the warranty, but still within the life of the asset. And the request was to buy the replacement motor in the United States, and obviously there was questions around what's that going to look like. And so what we questioned was, is there an alternative? And there was no alternative within the Canadian market. So what's the solution if we wanted to go all Canadian? And the solution was we'd have to procure another piece of equipment. So to save $30,000, we'd have to spend $200,000. That's not a reasonable cost factor and not a good use of taxpayer dollars. So that was the discussion that happened, and we went forward with procuring the replacement engine to make sure that that asset remained able to provide service to the community.
Okay.
Another example, we had a standard product. It was an American product. We asked what the impacts would be if we were to source it locally. We opted to go back out to quote to multiple vendors, including the incumbent, who was a Canadian company with a US manufacturer, and another company that was a Canadian manufacturer with a Canadian base. And we're going to put it to the bid process. So there's things that we're doing to try to level the playing field, to try to promote Canadian without impacting negatively on the taxpayer and using budgets wisely.
Thank you,
Does that
I
answer your
appreciate
question?
that. So it does to an extent.
Yeah.
Let's say it was a $2,000 difference. What kind of discussion would happen there? Like that's when is there a max amount that we will, how much is the price coming into play with the decision to buy local or Canadian? Thank you, Director Valentin.
Through the chair, we would look at every item on its merit. So I can't say that there's a threshold dollar amount.
Okay.
If there's a like-for-like product, we would obviously choose Canadian, but of course we are dealing with taxpayer dollars. So we
Right.
have to identify what is the best value for the dollar.
Okay.
I also want to just add, if I could, we still have obligations to follow a proper procurement process and good governance process. So
Yes.
we're not going to just, for lack of a better term, willy-nilly make decisions. We're-
Of course not, and I am certainly not
Yeah.
accusing you of doing that.
No, I know you're
Absolutely
not. I'm just want
Yeah.
to reinforce that.
Okay, okay. So it really is a balancing act between our commitment to buy local, buy Canadian versus, you know, what's the best value for what we're looking for. And I see Mrs. Brownridge is coming to the,
Just to add to what's been discussed today, one of the things that staff have done internally is meet as a group. We're calling it kind of an internal task force, just to ensure that these impacts are tracked. So where we do recognize that there is one of these situations where between procurement and the relevant department heads are having to make a decision around in the spirit of what council's direction is, at that point in time, staff are tracking those impacts so that if it does become at some point to share that back with council, to be like, these are where we've made decisions. If something was a little bit more, but we were able to purchase it from Canadian or an Ontario business, we do keep track of those things so that we can report that to council, and we can ensure that senior management's given the information if there's a need to kind of adjust course accordingly.
okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
That's my question.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we have a motion here moved by Councillor Crawford, seconded by Councillor Bauer, that the presentation be received for information. We will start the vote. Sorry, it's not working. No. According to the form, we don't have a vote option right now. Oh, there it is, to receive, thank you. Okay, we will try that again. Everyone stay calm. I'm going to start the vote. And there we go. Yeah, I saw that too, Councilor Bauer, but sorry, I was just following the council resolutions.
To you, Mr. Chair. So recommendations within a presentation we would need to put onto an agenda. So if you would like to bring those forward, we can. You can also use them to inform a future notice of motion if you'd like to direct staff at our next meeting of council.
Councilor Bauer, you want to forward this right now? Great. So Councilor Bauer, I'm going to help you out with that. Moved by yourself. Do I see a seconder? See Regional Councilor Dies, that the recommendations listed be put forth henceforth. Stop. Full stop. So we do have a motion on the floor. Clerk's just going to put that up right now. Thank you, Councilor Bauer. So we have the recommendations in front of us right there. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, we will call the vote then. One person's not, there we go. And that is passed. Thank you. Moving on to correspondence, we have moved by Regional Councilor Dies, seconded by Councilor Henry. Report dated March 24th, 2025, containing items correspondence be adopted. Any questions, comments, concerns? I am seeing none. We will start the vote. We're gonna, this auction time. Perfect. We have report number 7.1, Community Affairs and Planning. Committee report dated March 3rd, 2025 be adopted. We have Councilor Bauer, seconded by Councilor Tyler Morin. Councilor Tyler Morin, just want to make sure you're okay to second? Just say yes, no?
I'm good. Can
Thank
you hear me?
you. And you are definitely not driving. Turn off that camera. We'll start the vote. One person not voted, perfect. That passes. We have item 7.2, General Government Committee, that the General Government Committee report dated March 17, 2025 be adopted, moved by Regional Councillor Dye, seconded by Councillor Tyler Morin. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, we'll start the vote. One person's not voted. Joanne. Oh, it's me. Physician, heal thyself. All right, thank you. That has passed. We have item 7.3, that the summary of advisory committee activities dated March 24th, 2025, as attached to the meeting agenda be received for information, and that the recommendations contained therein be referred to staff where applicable. Moved by Councillor Tyler Morin, seconded by Councillor Bauer. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, we'll start the vote. I appreciate the speed, Council. I have a date with my wife, so I got to get home to that. That passes. We're on to Regional Council reports. Any reports from Regional Councilors? Seeing none, thank you very much. Like, nothing to move then, right? Moving on. Oh, business arising from motion. We passed 9.1. We're on 9.2, expansion of the waterfront parking permit system, moved by Councillor Bowers and seconded by Regional Councillor Dyes. Councillor Bowers, up to you. Did you want to read this into the record? Or it's in front of us, it's fine. Perfect. Did you want to speak on that then?
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, it's a pretty simple amendment and request for our residents who do not get to make use of the OUPP during the waterfront season. So this is a tool to just give them a little more ability to have guests at their homes during that time.
Regional Councillor Dyes is seconder. Any comments? Yes. Then please.
Okay. Just that we really don't think there'll be a huge impact on this. There's just a few families that have, over the years, every summer and in the fall, have gatherings, and they have difficulty meeting the regulations, so this gives them a little bit of flexibility.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Any other members of council have any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, we'll put that to vote. That passes. Next is item 9.3. This is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bauer. This is very quickly. There are issues with rent evictions within the current rental system. The rent eviction is when you tell your tenants you are going to renovate for the sole purpose of getting them to move and then putting their dormitory back onto the rental market for an inflated price. This is just to ensure that we protect our tenants. As a former renter myself, as of a year and a half ago, almost 2 years, I was almost victim to this, and I hope to see this future tenants spared. There's a housing crisis right now. Everyone has to do their part, and the last thing we need are predatory renters. So that's my comment. Councillor Barrett, do you have anything to add? Go ahead as a seconder.
Thank you, Chair. No, nothing. I think you've covered it. I will just say I'm happy to second this. This is in alignment with the very first motion that I passed in first term regarding rent eviction. So thank you. Happy to second.
Perfect. We have Councillor Tyler Morin.
Hi, can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I will support this, and I understand the predicament that a lot of renters are in. However, this reminds me of parking. I hear just as many people that decide to, turn their basements into income, whatever, income property, or they bought a second property to help with future, retirements, people that don't have pensions, etc., and dealing with renters that aren't paying their rent. And, I just want maybe those that are listening to know that this is a good motion, and I get it. However, I don't know if there'll be one in the future where, we address not so much the other side, but the whole picture, because I think sometimes I've heard some horror stories where people haven't paid rent for 6 months, even as much as a year. And anyway, I may be spawning another discussion, but I just wanted to enter that into the record. But as I said, I will support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Tyler Morin. The only thing I'd speak back to that is if a landlord has a troubled tenant, as you're describing, they can follow the procedures laid out in the landlord-tenant board. This is more the the landlords who are misusing a system, so to speak, and closing that loophole, these are not the landlords you are talking about, because realistically, if a landlord had a trouble tenant, a rent eviction would not be the means they use to evict that tenant, in my opinion. But that's my comment. So we have Councillor Henry.
Thank you. This is a great motion, but I just want to ask, because my understanding is the Ontario government is the final sayer on this. Is there any issue with that? Have we checked into that legally?
Sorry, what was your question one more time?
So with regards to the authority over renting, that would be the Ontario Rental Board, no?
It would be, but we can also create a bylaw. Anyways, the motion is actually to get staff to investigate feasibility benefits, et cetera, report back to us in October. This is not the decision today.
Yes, but I'm just asking, did we do any preliminary? We have not as of yet.
I assume that's part one where they investigate the feasibility and won't let us back. No.
All right, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Any other questions, concerns? Seeing none, we will start the vote. That passes. Thank you, council. We are on to bylaws, I hope. On this mess we have. Can I get a mover or seconder? I see Councillor Bauer and seconder Councillor Henry, that the bylaw number 20-2025 to 24-2025 to be read a first, second, and third time and pass. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, we'll start the vote. It's me again. One more. One more. One more vote. It was me. Oh, let's find out. Never mind. Everyone voted. Thank you, Councillor Dyes. I just like teasing with you. We need a mover or seconder for the confirming bylaw. Councillor Henry, seconded by Regional Councillor Crawford. That bylaw number 25-2025 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ajax, its regular meeting held on March 24, 2025, be read a first, second, and third time and pass. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, call the vote. Do you remember the Micro Machine guy? Yeah, I think I'm close to the world record, folks. Before that, I believe we have any announcements? Waiting on one more. Councillor Tyler Morin. There he is. Do we have any notice of motion? I actually have one next meeting regarding getting a valuation of our assets to put them up for naming rights. So that will be coming in April. New business announcements. We have Regional Councillor Crawford.
Ward 1, if anyone is still listening, is having a community meeting on Monday, March 31st. Dave Meredith, Director Meredith, is coming to talk about asset management plan and any upcoming projects in the ward. So that's happening.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Seeing none then, it's been a very long day. Council, we've been doing a great job. Can I get a mover and a seconder for adjournment? We see Regional Councillor Crawford and Councillor Henry. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, call the vote. Been a great audience. Don't forget to tip your waitress. Try the veal. It's delicious. Thank you, everyone.